Yes. Morning, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571H of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce you as the members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are actually 2 cases scheduled for today. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case this morning, we have is a cease and desist. This is for case number 24 ULC 00001. The Safe House. And this is a request for an expedited hearing on board order number 2024-472. Good morning, Mr. Oriella. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Morning, Chairman. Jacoby Whitley, your access has been elevated. Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, your access has been elevated. And Margaret Villalobos, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Mr. Whitley, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case?
Yes, Chairman Anderson. My name is Attorney Jacoby Whitley. That's Jacobie. Last name Whitley, and I'm counsel for the respondents.
Good morning. And Ms. Villalobos, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
My name is Margaret Villalobos. That's Margaret Villalobos, and I am a trustee holder.
So you're a trustee holder for what, ma'am?
To the Safe House.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Mr. Peru.
Yes, good morning. Jason Peru, JASONPERU, Supervisory Investigator with ABCA.
Good morning, sir. All right. Good morning again. We're here today at the request of the Safe House CBD Center. The Safe House located at 335 H Street Northeast. Safe House desires to challenge the board's cease and desist order issued on July 17, 2024, specifically board order number 2024-5. I'm sorry. 2024-504. Let us review the series of events that led us to today's hearing. I'm sorry. Oh. All right. Let us review a series of events that led us to today's hearing. On March 15th, 2024, ABCA Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, along with other district agencies, inspected 335 H Street Northeast. During their inspection, the establishment was found to have engaged in illegal cannabis activity. In response, a warning letter was issued advising of violations regarding the illegal sale and distribution of cannabis. On July 27, 2024, Supervisor Investigator Peru returned to the premise for a follow-up inspection. Therefore, he found that the establishment was continuing to sell cannabis products containing THC. On July 3rd, 2024, the board, having reviewed the investigative report 2024 ULC 00001, found that Safe House was operating an illegal establishment and was engaging in the illegal sale and distribution of cannabis. Finding that this illegal operation immediately threatens the health, safety, and welfare of the public, the board issued its cease and desist order, board order number 2024-474. The board issued an amended order on July 17, 2024, board order number 2024-504. On July 29, 2024, Mr. Whitley, on behalf of Safe House, renewed his request for an expedited hearing pursuant to DC Code Section 7-1671.12 The board schedules the hearing at its earliest ability. Mr. Whitley, please tell the board on what grounds are you challenging the cease and desist order? In other words, why should the cease and desist order be lifted? What I would like you to do, Mr. Whitley, please provide us some clarification of the trust. I don't understand. So just for the record, just provide Ms. Villalobos's, she's here as a witness for the trust. So explain to us what's this relationship and exactly what is this, the trust, sir?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Anderson. So the trust is simply the managing member of the Safe House LLC. And so instead of the managing member being an individual, the managing member is simply a trust.
So who?
And then, I'm sorry, the name of that trust is the SHMO Irrevocable Trust, and Ms. Villalobos is the trustee of that trust.
All right. All right. Okay, so let's get back to you're here challenging our cease and desist order. So tell us where are we today, sir?
Okay.
Well, let me explain to you what is going to happen. I'm going to have Mr. Peru. I'll have some questions to ask him about his investigations. What is it that he has observed? Once I've asked questions, the board will have an opportunity to ask questions, and you'll also have an opportunity to ask questions. Once he's done, then you can present your case. I'll have questions that I would like to ask. Excuse me, I guess the ownership / management company regarding or the trustee regarding the operation of the business, and then you can provide your response to our cease and desist order. I've read all the pleadings that you filed, and so you can further elaborate. Okay, so that's how we'll operate today. But you can just let us know, just tell us generally why are we here today.
Yes, sir. So briefly, the respondents represent first and foremost that they are compliant with the cease and desist. And there's no dry green leafy substance on the premises. They would like to report that. But the reason that they would like to have this hearing is to get several issues on the record, because they believe that the board's decision was based on a flawed investigation and flawed evidence collection. some erroneous and prejudicial findings based on the legal standards and prejudicial errors on the case. We just don't think that the prejudicial errors, the prejudicial errors did have a negative impact on the board's decision. It seems that the board may not be aware of or has overlooked compliance and corrective actions by the respondents. So they would like to get those actions out on the record. And also, they would like to set forth arguments that the case law, specifically Sims v. United States and Cornegay v. United States, is the case law that contradicts the board's decisions. So they would just like to illuminate the board to their business model and business practices and explain why they feel as though the board made a erroneous decision and set those facts forth, but also let the board know that they are compliant with the cease and desist. And for all those reasons, they'll intend to ask the board to lift the cease and desist.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Peru. Can you state your name for the record, please? Well, let me swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, Mr. Peru? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Jason Peru, supervisory investigator with ABCA.
All right. Can you tell us what is it? How long have you worked at the agency?
I've been with ABCA for 11 and a half years.
And you said you're a supervisor investigator, so tell us exactly what does that mean?
I'm a supervisor investigator in enforcement. I have a team of alcohol investigators that I'm responsible for, and I also conduct inspections of unlicensed and licensed cannabis establishments in DC.
And how long have you been working on the cannabis side of the enforcement?
Since we got the program in October of 2020.
And so tell me, what is it that specifically you've been doing since October 2020 as far as cannabis is concerned?
From October of 2020 up until January of this year, it was a reference to inspections of licensed cannabis retailers and cultivators in the district. And once the laws have changed and the mayor passed new legislation, then we started doing inspections of unlicensed locations. The unlicensed places have always been tracked by myself and the agency of shops opening in the district. These quote unquote I-71 shops that have been open in the district. And once the January 29th date came up and the new law passed, the reference to unlicensed shops, we started in March doing inspections against unlicensed cannabis businesses.
Now you said you start doing inspections. Tell us, what does that mean, inspections?
So essentially visiting locations that have advertised or made claims to be unlicensed cannabis operators, and with the joint enforcement team of DLCP, Department of Health, and MPD, we've gone into places, checking business licenses, checking if their operations, if they're in fact selling cannabis or gifting cannabis. The gifting no longer is it's never really been allowed, but the gifting has the new law passed references unlicensed cannabis in general at a business that does not have a cannabis retail license.
So specifically, as a representative from ABCA, what has been your role?
My role is to essentially, I kind of lead the enforcement task force that goes out starting off by having a list of locations in the city that are known to be selling cannabis, whether it's via complaints, personal knowledge, other agencies, the neighborhood, the ANCs submit that, and those lists are created based on that. We then choose an area of the city, and we then pay visits and conduct inspections. Per statute, the first phase of Actions from ABCA was issued warnings. The warning notice was a 14-day warning that was given to unlicensed businesses. And the progressive action from there would be a follow-up inspection and continued to see if the operations is continued after the warning was given. And then a case report will be generated like it was in this case to go to the board for further actions, which in this case, the cease and desist was issued by the board.
Tell us specifically what is it? What's in the warning notice?
The warning notice advises the establishment that they're in violation of district law for having a unlicensed cannabis operation, and the warning says that they have 14 days to come into compliance. Like I tell everybody, there's only two ways to do that. One would be to shut down, and the other would be to obtain a license. The licensing process is not overnight, therefore you would have to apply for a license and go through the process with ABCA to get one.
All right. So, what is the business under review today, and what do you know about this business?
Today we're talking about Safe House, which is located at 335 H Street Northeast, Washington, D.C.
And how did you become aware of Safe House?
Well, to be honest, long before the inspection occurred, complaints were phoned in from ABCA in reference to which they thought was a unlicensed nightclub because of lines, security, pat downs, and loud music being played. So there was several complaints over the course of a period of time, a long period of time, of neighborhoods calling. And every time the alcohol enforcement team would go out, they would drive by and see that it's not an alcohol licensed business. It was actually unlicensed cannabis business on 8th Street, which, you know, for the record, 8th Street does have multiple unlicensed cannabis shops. So in this particular case, this was unique because I did not go out the first time with the task force because Department of Health went out prior to my visit on March 4th. And Department of Health came back and notified me of their findings. And because Safe House was part of the tracked unlicensed establishments list, I went out by myself on March 15th and spoke with the manager there, and I issued a warning to them at that point in time.
Now, you talked about the agency had gotten complaints from the community because they thought that it was an alcohol establishment because there were lines, security. So explain that to you're talking about lines, the security. Explain that to us, please.
Well, they have literally they have stanchions on the public space sidewalk, and they have security conducts wanding and pat downs. So if you walk up, if you want to go into Safe House, you would have to first get patted down. You show that I've seen them ask for ID, then they pat down individuals, or they wand them, and then they enter the vestibule first area of the business, and there's a little sliding window that the guy pops open. I don't know what transaction takes place there, but then they're granted into the customers, or then granted into the main space where the cannabis is located.
So have you been inside the establishment?
Yes, I have.
So just describe, you said, when was the first time you entered the establishment?
March 15th.
So walk us through your entrance in this. Just walk us through as soon as you got to the door, your how you entered the establishment.
Well, I identified myself to the security and then to the guy at the window. I told him who I was with, that I was there to conduct an inspection. I asked for a manager. After quite a few of delays, because I cannot just walk into the business because the doors are secured and locked, I was finally let in. I entered the establishment. I was introduced to an individual who was told to me to be the manager at the time. He said he was not the owner. And I spoke with him about why I was there. He said he was there when, or I can't remember. I can't remember if he was actually there when DC Health came. But I informed him that DC Health was there at a previous date, and that I was there to do an inspection. And I explained to him the new laws that were passed, a reference to ABCA, a reference to unlicensed businesses, reference to quote unquote I-71. I went through everything with him on that, and then at that point in time, I then issued the warning to him.
Now, did you ever ask for you? You said that this person identifies himself as a manager. Did you ever ask for an owner?
I did. I asked him. He called somebody on the phone, and basically, but there were even there was hesitation there. I mean, it was very difficult to get full information from what's going on. I mean, one thing about these unlicensed locations, Chairman, you have to understand is that these workers are soldiers to the cause, and I say that to mean they're very loyal to ownership and management, and they don't really divulge any information or want to give up phone numbers to anybody to contact for me to reach out to. Beyond that, the individual I talked to that day was Marcus Childress. He was the individual who stated that he was the manager. So I used his information, and he's the one that signed for the warning letter as part of my report. Yeah, and I once that occurred, I left the business, and that was it. And I didn't return until a much later date, long past the 14 days.
All right. So, did you were you able to determine, I guess, on that first visit, the ownership structure of this business?
No, I still to this day. I mean, I know what I see online, what I've seen on social medias. I know that per records, that's on a business license. That's how I got Miss Villalobos's name, because she was listed on the business license with the city. That's not obviously not a licensed cannabis shop, but she's listed on the business.
So, tell me, you said that they have a business license. So, what is a business, and what does the license state?
The business license, I believe, and I don't want to misspeak. I believe it was for a general retail license. That seems that's the common one. I would have to.
All right.
I can't remember exactly the type that they're listing on there,
Okay.
but it was definitely not cannabis.
All right. So, tell me, when you entered the business, specifically, what did you see once you entered the location?
I mean, it's a very stark room with cannabis on the shelves, sporadic cannabis products. I honestly did not go to the establishment's main back areas. I saw their storage where their cannabis is at. But I believe that there's a lot more area to the business. I know a repairman was there for the second floor. I'm not sure what's up there, if it's a residential or commercial. But what I saw was retail items, to purchase. They have a pretty
I need to
pretty.
I need to be specific. What retail items? What specifically you're saying you saw cannabis? I mean, tell me. I'm not there. I need you to vividly describe to us what is it that you're saying and why you're saying you saw cannabis.
Because there was cannabis flower and items that are cannabis that were on display.
So how you tell me you're saying you see cannabis flower and items. How do you know? Was there any description what these things were, or are you're just saying, well, if I see cannabis flower, so I mean, I need you to tell me more, sir. What is it that you saw? With
Items
description.
flower was packaged in containers stating that it contains THC, what the THC contents are. how many grams they were, if they were hybrids, if they were the different descriptions of a cannabis flower and what that product would look like. So it was packaged and labeled as cannabis products, sir.
So you're saying the label stated that it was cannabis,
Correct.
and are you saying also the label had the THC content? Is that what you're also saying?
Some of the labels that I see, and if you look at the case report, you can see that it says that it contains THC, if it's a hybrid or not, and the percentage of that it does or doesn't contain.
No, so I know I just asked that question, but what makes you believe that the products that you saw were cannabis?
Well, for 25 years, I've been in enforcement. I've seen cannabis on the criminal side, and we're working for ABCA. I've been to every district grow in the city. I've seen the cannabis flower. I've seen the complete process of how it's grown, how it's manufactured, how it's produced, how it's packaged. So my experience and knowledge of what cannabis looks like is pretty extensive, sir.
Now, did you ever see the words Indictus sativa or hybrid? Did you ever see that in any other packaging that on any of the products that you saw?
Yes, the packaging does state the type of flower and the whether it's indica or stevia or a hybrid. Some of the packaging did in fact detail what the flower is.
All right. So, Mr. Peru, you've stated that you've been um, going in enforcement in investigating cannabis. Do you know what cannabis smell like, sir?
I do.
Did you smell cannabis while you were in the store?
Absolutely, of course. Yes, sir.
So, explain that to me, sir.
Well, I mean, just like when you go into, I mean, whether it's an unlicensed shop or a licensed shop, any shop in the city that's selling cannabis has a very distinct smell, right? If you smelt it once, you know what it is. Whether you're walking down the streets or you're going into a store, and packaged or not packaged, whether somebody is actually smoking or not, the flower itself has a very aromatic smell that the minute you enter a place, you can smell it. Sometimes even from the curb or the street, you can smell it.
Now, so was this place a business operating? Do you know whether or not this was a business operating as a retailer?
I'm willing to go and say that they at some point in time were 100% maybe gifting, because they do have, they advertise their logos pretty extensive, their websites. They have this gorilla as a logo, and whether it's t-shirts or items to be purchased. So yeah, in the retail sense, there's retail elements that exist on it. And obviously, by IDs being checked outside, the lines that are formed, and then the process to get in, with reference to security, pat downs, and wanding, that does not take place at a Gap or an Old Navy. Clearly, it's there's the security is for the safety of the cannabis product and the monies that are involved in that operations.
So tell us a little bit more about you said advertisement. Have you observed or viewed the advertisement for this facility?
Yes, their social media page was active. It was actually after our visit, they took it upon themselves to post a video of me inside the business with a 3-paragraph um, uh, description of my my actions and what I did. And then one of the individuals posted actually a video, basically saying that we're back, you can't stop us, kind of scenario. And that's so yes, the advertisements are there.
But so tell me, what is it? So if I was to go on their page, what is it? What's being advertised?
Well, their cannabis, their page is private. Their social media page is blocked for private access, so you have to be allowed in. but they advertise that they're a cannabis business. I mean, I don't think anybody on this call would deny, even the owners that and the attorneys, that they are a cannabis business, and that's the way they've been operating for some time, for several years.
All right. Now, did any of the products that you saw, did they resemble like candy, food, beverage, or snack items of any kind?
Not through my visit. And if you look at my report and the Department of Health's report that was attached as an exhibit, like I stated earlier, Department of Health is the one that Department of Health that is the asked flagged it with me and asked me to come through. And Department of Health's in fact, I don't know if I included an exhibit. I don't think I had it at the time, the whole report. But Department of Health's report essentially talks that when they were there, that they embargoed quote unquote adulterated food items, i.e. edibles. So during my visit, both in all fairness to their compliance with health, during my visit and doing the second visit with health, edibles were not seen. But like I stated, there's a lot of areas of the facility that we did not have access to.
Now, you had stated that you stated, just to go back to their website, that you said that they have a private page. Have you yourself seen the page?
I have.
And so you're saying that your testimony is based on your direct observation of their page,
Correct.
and you're also stating that based on your view of the page, they are, at least in your view, that their product cannabis has been identified as a product that can be provided in the facility. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Uh, um, Now, I know you talked about their, I guess you said, tell me, was this an Instagram page you had looked at?
Correct. It's their Instagram page, social media. Yes, sir.
Are you aware of any other pages that that um they utilize, and do they have a website? Um,
I early on, I remember seeing a website. I could not find anything recently that, because I don't know if what their true name is that they're going off of, whether it's Safe House DC or Safe House CBD Cannabis Center. I'm not sure at this exact juncture. I would have to circle back and do a little more digging, or they can provide the website to me if they have one.
so the only social media page that you have viewed is it's the Instagram page.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to add that last night I had the team that was working night shift supervisor go by and drive by, and he observed security, pat downs, IDs being checked, and this was past 11 o'clock. And he provided me photos of the operations last night. So as of last night at 11 o'clock p.m., they were operating, and they did have a line again.
But you don't know what was going on inside the store, because it's your basic. You're just talking about what you saw outside the establishment. Is that
Correct.
correct?
That they were in operation. Correct.
But we don't know what they were doing inside.
Correct. No firsthand knowledge of what was happening inside. Correct.
I want to go back again to the Instagram page, and are there what specifically are there references on the Instagram page to hemp, CBD, THC, etc.?
The Instagram page references just cannabis products in general, and some of them, sometimes there's pop-ups for events, a specific strain that may be available. But like I said, their post after my visit basically kind of defines, the post talks about our actions there, and my actions there, and that that's not going to stop them from operating.
Now, when was the last time you visited the establishment? That you personally visited the establishment? That you were inside the establishment?
The last time I was inside was during our second visit. When I went back to serve the board's cease and desist issuance, I was not granted.
What? I'm sorry. So tell me when was the second time your second visit to? When was your second visit to the establishment?
On June 27th, Thursday, June 27th, I went out with the complete task group with DLCP, with Department of Health, with MPD, and myself. And that was the time that I was in. Last time I was fully inside the place was on June 27th, and I, saw similar cannabis product on display, packaged and bottled the way they have the display, and that's the last time I was inside.
Was there any difference between? I'm sorry. Was there any difference in what you saw on March 15th from what you saw on June 27th?
No, it was pretty much the same. It wasn't, and nothing more, nothing less. It was the same setup from the access areas that I could visibly see.
And did you on your visit on June 27th, did you smell cannabis in the facility?
I did.
Did you see any specific packages that identify the products as cannabis?
Correct. Same packaging. Yes.
Now, did you see any sale transaction of any kind while you're visiting the facility?
Once we're inside, we don't, for safety reasons and to not cause any kind of additional chaos, we do not allow customers inside. MPD watches the door so that, and quite frankly, they hold the line the minute we get there anyways. So the line is held, but there was a line, a significant line, when we were there doing a second visit. And so no sales transactions were made in front of us.
But did you see cash registers? I mean, were there any cash registers available in the facility?
The area that the guy sits in his little room booth office in the front where the little window's at when you walk in, I did not go into that office space. So one can only assume that either it's cash or some kind of digital currency that's being provided to purchase. But
you stated that you saw cannabis. Did you ever see any type of retail products available for purchase in the location?
yeah, I think they had I think it was shirts and maybe hats. I can't recall exactly what their extensive line of clothing entailed. But there was definitely some items that were on the shelves.
Did you in the area that you had access to? Did you see any like artwork or anything like that?
I can't remember.
Or- Now, has this business applied for a license?
I believe they applied July 1st for a conditional license because of the 400-foot rule between retailers. There's a placarded location across the street, and they cannot remain at that address. So I believe they applied for a conditional license, and I believe last time I checked, the board actually approved a conditional license for this location, or this business, should I say, not the location.
And so, by applying and being approved for a conditional license, specifically, what does this mean for a business?
Well, it does not allow them to operate in any form or capacity as a cannabis or any type of unlicensed retailer. The law is very specific about conditional licenses. They have a year to find a location. that would then meet the requirements and criteria. And once they find a location, they can resubmit that back to ABCA, and then they can move through the process with ABCA and the board for full approval.
So can an establishment who has applied for a conditional license, can they sell cannabis?
Absolutely not.
Can they give cannabis away?
No, they cannot.
Can they do any type of online transaction regarding cannabis?
Absolutely not.
Uh, All right. I might have some other questions, but does any of the board members have any questions that they go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, still Investigator Peru.
Morning, sir.
Okay, your report. I guess you were there on March 15th, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Okay. Now, something that was stated about a lot of reports that you did and the reports you submitted to this board regarding the inspection that was taking place on that date I just mentioned. Were there any in your investigative report that you submitted to ABCA and to this board? Were there any exhibits that could clarify some of the testimony you just gave about what you saw? And if you have those exhibits, can you let the public see them on this hearing?
Yeah, the exhibits were attached as part of the report. Exhibits number 4, 3, and 4 were photos of inside and the shelving and the cannabis that was there.
So what you have already testified about, those things will be seen. Is it possible, Mr. Chairman, that we could provide those along with the testimony given today?
Mr. Peru, do you have your report with you with these exhibits?
I do.
Mr. Oriela, can you allow Mr. Peru to share his screen?
Access has been granted.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
You can see here, this is the report. This is the copy of the warning letter that was served. Service form that was signed. Exhibit 4 you can see there, and Exhibit 3 you can see there of the cannabis product on the shelves.
Describe them.
If I zoom in, I'm sorry. If I zoom in some, you can see Icy Pop. It shows the brand. It says hybrid. It says, you can see the words THC. It's hard to read the exact. Let me see if I can move it up some. Yeah, it's hard to see the percentages of what's listed, but you can see different brands: Rainbow Dell, lemon, cherry, gelato, and different strains of flower, which is,
How would those packages be? How could you determine by those packages and the writing on those packages that is actually cannabis?
Well, one understand personal knowledge of what cannabis looks like, smells like, and then the packaging describing different strains and genetics of cannabis with the essentially with the description of what's in them. If they're a hybrid, which is a combination of 2 different strains or flowers, and then the percentages of the cannabis that's on there. As you can see, the packaging.
Can you give an estimate of the amount that you saw on display?
No, sir. That's a difficult gauge. And this is only display, right? They have a stock room around the corner, kind of concealed, that they have where they fill the orders from, and another room that I have not been into, to be honest. So this is a minute amount compared to this is for sale. So I wouldn't want to give an estimate of that.
Okay, well, that's a fair answer. The bottom line is these items were for sale. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes. I mean, for sale or gift, either way, the way the statute got changed, you can't give away or sell cannabis in a district.
Explain gifting in reference to this exhibit. How would what I'm looking at on those shelves be distributed to a customer purchasing or being gifted cannabis?
Well, the practice of the quote unquote I-71 was that you could gift cannabis by essentially, you can kind of see in the left-hand corner here of this picture, you see that there's t-shirts, right? So let's say, for example, I want the $45 t-shirt or the $100 t-shirt. I would purchase the t-shirt and then I could choose my gift of cannabis. So I'd be essentially paying for the t-shirt. You know, a $5 or $15 t-shirt, I would be paying $50 or $100. And then based on what I pay for the t-shirt, I would then be given my choice of my free gift of cannabis, depending on what I spent.
Okay, and you've
Excuse
given the
me.
term.
I'm
For the
sorry.
question,
Who's that? Who's speaking?
object, Attorney.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I was just wondering.
What's in?
I didn't
I'm
want
sorry.
to, but this is.
I'm sorry. Hold on. What's the nature of your objection, sir?
Yes. Board member Short has called for Mr. Peru to give speculative answers. He is not a owner of any store. He just speculating on what the operations are or how the gifting could occur, but he has no actual knowledge of this, and it's complete speculation.
All right. I mean, you're correct, but I guess what I'll say is that this is not court of law. This is an administrative hearing, and as you're aware, the rules are more relaxed here in administrative hearings. So I will allow the question, but as I stated, sir, you're not correct. But because we're doing an administrative hearings, the rules of evidence are not strictly complied with here. There are some that I will take more, but they're not strictly complied with here. So go ahead, Mr. Pruitt, you can respond to the question.
No, I think I'm responding in reference to generalization of Mr. Short's question about I-71 and what gifting was. Specific to the establishment, I'm talking about specific to DC and what DC has, and I-71 shops or self-claim I-71 shops have been operating under what guides and how they have done that, whether it's t-shirts, hats, glass pipes, merchandise in general. A fee is charged for the merchandise, and then the choice of the gift of cannabis is then chosen by the customer. That's how that occurs.
And will you please, for the record, describe to the public who's tuning in, who might not be aware of I-71, the legal term, and how it came about to be enforced with the district government, I-71.
I-71 was a bill that was passed that essentially allowed or permitted, DC voted on allowing recreational use in the district. However, based on the federal government and a Harris rider that was put in place, the district was not able to move forward on collecting taxes or using funds for I-71 shops. I-71 shops use a loophole in the law, which reference to gifting and taking away and carrying away as their way to continue to operate. And up until January of this year, or maybe February 1st is a better date to put, City Council and the Mayor's office did not re-voted to introduce new legislation that allowed enforcement and does not allow quote unquote gifting or I-71.
Thank you for that answer. Now, lastly, how many I-71s would you be able to testify about that are operating or have operated in the District of Columbia? How many?
Well, I can tell you how many I visited. I probably visited about 60 at this point, at this juncture. However, my list is triple that. So, and that does not include, online retailers as well that are continue to operate and doing pickups at locations. So it's quite an extensive number, far more than there are licensed shops in the district, sir.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That's all I have at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sure. Any other questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Morning, Mr. Peru.
Morning.
A couple of questions for you. When you visited the safe house, you mentioned that you did not go through the entire property, and you may have addressed this when talking to Chairman Anderson. But if you have, I just want to ask again: was there any reason why you were not able to observe the entire property?
Well, a couple things. One, district law says that if you're a licensed business in the District of Columbia, you're subject to a full inspection by DC government agencies. So that would give us, even if it wasn't a cannabis business, Department of Health, DLCP, would be allowed to do inspections because it's a business license premises, right? However, based on safety, security, and concerns that arise sometimes in these locations, especially, when you walk into safe house, you're essentially in a box, right? There's no windows. There's the front door is locked by, for controlled access, and the exploration of these businesses to the cooperation from employees does not exist. So a locked door an employee does not want to open. And yes, there are means to reference to fire codes and egress and public safety that could be addressed. However, doing these initial visits, that was not our intentions. Our intentions were well, the first intention was to issue a warning, and as I call them, the soft visit, to let them know and advise them if they didn't know about the new laws that have changed, this is what they are. And then the follow-up visit is to confirm that they're still in operations, which then leads us to this, which potentially, if we get to the next phase, which the mayor signed 2 weeks ago, which is a reference to padlocking, that we would then seize anything inside the premises and lock the doors of the business is the final phase. So when we get there, of course, that will be a different scenario. However, in these past 2 visits, Mr. Grant, that's what occurred.
A couple of more questions. One, to follow up on the previous question, do you feel that if you were comfortable and felt safe, that being able to observe the additional parts of the property would have given you better results in your initial investigation?
Well, absolutely, to really see what the operations were and other spaces. So to have a great understanding of what actually is inside the premises. Yes.
Okay. My final questions are related to what you've observed with respect to advertising, specifically online on social media. Were you able to, when you viewed their social media page, look at comments on the posts?
There's the posting, and then there's a couple people that responded back to their comments. Yes.
Okay. With respect to the comments, did you ever view any comments that would have suggested that patrons or potential patrons felt that the product was not cannabis, even though it may have been marketed that way?
No, that the product was not cannabis. No, I did not see that anywhere.
Okay. No further questions.
I just want to follow up on that. You're going to get a chance, Mr. Whitley. I just want to follow up on that. So, if you recall, generally, what are the comments when the posting, then their comments by the public? What's been stated?
Pretty positive. They have a pretty strong customer base with them. They people follow them. Everything I saw was positive from the perspective of customers, and what they're able to receive. And even after our visit and the posting about my actions, they had support from the, basically saying, hang in there, you guys will be back. I mean, there's people that support them even through the city's enforcement actions. So yeah, they have a strong positive from what I can tell.
No, but okay, of course. I mean, folks can you want positive comments on your website, but I guess what I'm saying is that from the comments, are there any indications that they were selling cannabis? That's what are gifting cannabis. That's what I'm trying to find out. I mean, their comments. I mean, if of course if the city goes after business, of course folks are gonna come out and say whatever. But I guess what I'm saying, are there any of the comments that do you recall any of the comments that specifically relates to their business of either selling or gifting cannabis?
I didn't go through everything. So I can't sit here and attest to everything that they've posted. I didn't do a forensics of their social media. It was hard enough to obtain access.
Okay.
So
Okay. All right. So let me ask you a question. You had talked about that on the page. They had talked about different events. What events did you see? What events were being advertised that this establishment had?
well, they host different, I don't know, maybe cannabis parties. I don't know what to call them, but that's a lot of the times when it's busy and the calls on the weekend will come in about noise. I mean, music will be played, and they're just doing social events. I mean, this is common in this that I've seen, in the cannabis world. I mean, that they just like a restaurant or bars that they host host events to with their followers, and whether it's a brand or a new launch of something, but it's pretty common for them to gather and get together and have these gatherings.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is that have you viewed one of these advertisements for an event? Have you viewed and tell me what is it that the advertisement states? If you recall, if
I,
you recall.
I don't recall because I don't have. If
All
I
right.
could, if I could, yeah, I don't have exactly that. I can tell you, there's the posting from one of the managers. He posted a video, essentially, um after our visit, uh talking about that, their business and whatnot. I mean, I can play the video if that's you think that's helpful. I don't know if it's really going to be
No, that's not
so.
necessary. That's not necessary.
Okay.
Let me ask you. You stated that I think you had alluded earlier that. Oh, let me ask you a question. Did you see at least what you perceive to be more than 2 ounces of cannabis on the property?
More than 2 ounces? Well, I didn't weigh anything, but if looking at all those bottles and packaging, I'm pretty sure that would possibly uh, uh, turn out to be more than 2 ounces if it was weighed.
All right. And you stated, I think you alluded to say when a cease and desist was issued, you did not have access to the property. Explain that, sir.
I was met with resistance from the beginning. I was already a familiar face to security. Um, in fact, one of the security guys recognized me from a nightclub previously where he worked at, and they still very reluctant to cooperate, to even say anything. It took a while to even get the guy to pop open the little window and look at me, and then he told me to wait, and I continued to wait. Nobody would take the cease and desist order from me. A gentleman came, alluded that he was in charge. He had just had gotten food. They opened the door for him, slammed it behind him. He went inside. Um, Once again, no one wanted to take the cease and desist from me. And then finally, the security guard that I've seen multiple times, I don't think he necessarily knew what document I had in my hand. It wasn't necessary because there's other ways to serve. I was there, they were notified, but I was just trying to leave that document with them for ownership so they could have a copy directly, as opposed to electronic emails or certified mail. But as I was talking to security, the one security guy told him, "Hey, don't take that from him. Don't touch that paper." They were treating it like it was a court subpoena saying you've been served. But finally, the gentleman from the back came and took it from the security guy and essentially asked me if I was done, and that was it. And I notified him what that paper was, and we left. So we didn't force our way to the back or entry, but it was definitely not welcomed. We were not welcomed either.
Thank you. All right, I don't have any other questions at this juncture. Mr. Whitley, if you have any questions of Mr. Peru, go ahead, sir.
Yes, Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Peru, you are a supervisory investigator, correct?
Correct. That's my title.
Okay. And that implies that you supervise other ABCA investigators, correct?
It does. Yes. Correct.
How many agents do you supervise?
I have 5.
And are those 5 in the space?
Hold on, Mr. Whitley. For some strange reason, I'm not sure if it's me. You're breaking up, so I'm not sure if it was just me, my connection. But I just want to let you know that the question that you're asking didn't come. At least I didn't hear the question clearly. So maybe you can ask again.
Sure.
All right. So the question. So you need to repeat the question because your connection broke up, I think, in the middle of your question, sir.
Okay. Yes, Chairman. Mr. Peru, how many of the 5 agents that you supervise are those agents cannabis agents or alcohol agents?
Alcohol.
Alcohol. So you don't supervise any cannabis agents?
Currently, no. We're going to hire some.
Okay. So when it comes to cannabis, you are the only investigator?
Give or take, yes.
What are we giving? What are we taking? Are there others, or are you the only one?
I'm the only one in enforcement dealing with cannabis at the time.
Okay. And the only one dealing with enforcement. So you're also the only investigator for cannabis in the District of Columbia for ABCA, correct?
Sure, if you want to put it that way.
Right. And so being such, you're the final decision maker for investigators because you are the only investigator, correct?
I'm not the final decision. The ABCA board is the final decision.
No, for on the ground decisions, on the ground investigatory decisions, right? ABCA's not making those decisions. You are, right?
I follow the law and I enforce statute and law of enforcement. My cases go to the board and the board makes the decision. The warning letter was drafted by legal, reference to the laws. The cease and desist was drafted and signed by the ABCA board. I do not make those final decisions.
Okay. Do you make case reports for cannabis investigations on behalf of ABCA?
Correct. I gather information and put them into a document.
And you're the only person in ABCA that does that, correct?
For cannabis, yes.
Yes. Okay. So there's no oversight regarding your reports.
Of course there is.
What is the oversight for your reporting?
The chief of enforcement.
Who is that?
And then the ABCA board reviews the reports.
Who's the chief of enforcement?
Derek Brooks.
And does Mr. Brooks review all your case reports?
Correct.
Okay. So when you make a decision to enter an establishment, is Mr. Brooks involved in that decision?
I don't understand your question.
So, okay. So explain to me on a day like today, how do you go investigate? Like, do you just drive around and say, oh, I see I think you referred to them as sandwich signs on a sidewalk. Let me go in there. Or do you get a list of areas? I think you spoke earlier about a tracked establishment list. So how do you form or designate what establishment that you will enter to inspect?
So, like I stated earlier, the unlicensed list that is compiled comes from multiple sources. Complaints from the community, complaints from the city. the personal knowledge of, like you said, drive by and personal knowledge of. So a list is compiled from MPD, other agencies submit stuff. So there's multiple sources that provide information regarding a quote unquote unlicensed illegal business in the district. And once though that complaint comes in, just like with alcohol, we investigate all complaints, but with cannabis, the list is compiled and then sorted by areas. So, a reference to make it easier to track how many places on, 8th Street area, Southeast, Adams Morgan, Georgetown, the list is compiled of these spaces. So when we go out for inspections with a joint task force compiled of other agencies, we work off of that list to visit and conduct inspections.
Okay. So while you're working off that list, you could walk past, like you said, an unlicensed establishment and not inspect it because it's not on your list that day. Or do you circle back? Or because you said your job is enforcement, right? And so in your duty to enforcement, you are supposed to enforce any cannabis violation that you see, correct?
If a location is not on my list, and like I said, that's another way we find out about new places that are popping up, then in fact they're added to my list, and yes, a quote unquote circling back at another date would potentially occur.
So what you're saying is you only investigate or inspect establishments that make your unlicensed list.
Not only it's all this circumstances. If we're walking down the street and we have a list of, let's say, 8 places, and in the middle of that 7th place, 6th place, we come across a location that is clearly selling cannabis, and time permits, we will enter and inspect.
Okay. Okay. You do this by area, correct?
Just because it's easier to get when you're assembling a group of different agencies, having set times and areas to visit. Yes, right now that's kind of the way it's happening.
Okay. Is one of the areas that you're familiar with the area of 8th Street between like the 1200 block and the 300 block of 8th Street? Are you familiar with I guess they call it the 8th Street corridor? Are you familiar with that?
Absolutely.
Would you say that in your experience and your knowledge that there's several, numerous even unlicensed establishments and licensed establishments in that area?
Probably 10 to 12.
10 to 12. And all of those establishments will come under your purview, right?
Correct.
Okay. And out of 10 to 12 establishments, how many of those have been issued cease and desist?
Well, the cease and desist, directly, recently, it's just been 2 of the progressive actions being taken. Yourself.
In that area? In that area?
Correct.
Okay. So since you're familiar with that area, are you familiar with these stores? I'm just curious because they have open violations right now. And I was just curious if you were familiar. Street Lawyer at 409 8th Street Northwest, they have a cannabis display logo, basically a weed leaf on a sign, which violates ABCA policies. Have you issued a citation for that?
I'm aware of that location.
So you're aware of that, you're aware of their logo, but they haven't, but you didn't answer the question. Have you issued a citation? Even though you admitted
I would have to go back and check you're asking me questions. There's been over 55 or 60 warnings issued against unlicensed businesses. You can, at your own leisure, FOIA all that information, the warnings that have been issued, but I do not have the direct list of every place that I visited. And there are guidelines reference to places that may have applied to an unlicensed period back in November.
Okay. New Leaf, 416 8th Street. Same thing, has a cannabis display logo, which is displayed on the sidewalk sign on the exterior of the store, which is visible to the public, violating the law. I believe chapter 16B of Title 7 of the DC Code. No recollection of a violation, I'm assuming, correct? You don't remember?
The location you're referring to, I have a direct recollection of that location because they applied during the unlicensed period, November through January. They got placards. They completed their placarding period, and they're in the process of obtaining their cannabis retail license. And that's
So
why.
let me establish a baseline, though, right? Whether you unlicensed or licensed, conditional license, semi-licensed, regardless of where you are in the cannabis space, right? You're familiar with the laws that you cannot display any imagery of cannabis whatsoever on the exterior of your location. Or do we have a common baseline there? Is that correct?
I'm familiar with the law, yes.
Right, but the law just stated, is that correct? That you cannot display a cannabis imagery on the exterior of the location.
That's what the law says, yes.
Yes. So these locations that I'm describing are doing that. And you're telling us that you have not violated them for these infractions that you're telling us that you have seen, because you're telling us you've seen the store, and these violations are part of those stores' logos.
What I'm saying is that not every location in the city has been visited yet.
Just the targeted ones. Great. So moving on. Okay, so let's just move on. So your role in ABCA, right? So you said that your role in ABCA is related to enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any other roles at ABCA?
I wear several hats.
What are those hats? Describe them, please.
We're talking about enforcement. I don't think that's a question that needs to be answered.
Okay, great. Enforcement. May I be elevated to place an exhibit on the screen, please?
You're trying to. All right. Mr. Oriana or Ariella, can you please allow Mr. Whitley to share his screen? And
Been granted.
and Mr. Whitley, just want to caution you. I mean, since you're an attorney, I need whatever the questions you're asking, what's being elevated needs to be relevant to your case. Okay, sir?
Oh, this is relevant. It goes to the credibility of the witness, sir.
All right. Well, okay, go ahead. You have the ability. All right.
Great. Thank you. So, Mr. Peru, is your email address jason.peru@dc.gov?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. So on the screen now is an email addressed to you that basically says, someone called me to say that DC ABCA needs more cannabis cultivation and sales locations, and having found me to be an expert on the matter, requested that I send info on the properties above. And so this is someone sending an email to you regarding cannabis locations and asking you to verify cannabis cultivation and sales location, because I guess they're trying to shop around and find locations. We're just trying to make sure you don't have any conflicts of interest. But you did. Do you remember receiving these emails, or do you receive emails like this often?
My email address is out on every document. A lot of redaction here, so I'm not sure exactly what we're referring to.
Okay, what I'm talking about. But you responded to this email, right? And you said, I appreciate you taking the time to send me this information. I can definitely look into that location for you and get back to you. Now, is this part of your enforcement role?
Yeah, responding to complaints. Yep.
No, this is not a complaint. This is a request. This person is looking to know, and they're asking you, right? Now, the general public has to submit this GIS map to ABCA.
Oh, no,
ABCA licensing, right?
Go ahead.
So this is someone else skirting that system and asking you directly to basically verify whether a cultivation center is allowed at a location. I don't think that enforcement.
Hold on. Remember, Mr. Peru. Remember, you should know better. We have a court reporter. Let him finish, sir, and then you can respond to the question. Go ahead.
So yes, so this is regards to someone asking you to find or verify if a cultivation location was acceptable, and you replied to them. So that's different than just a normal request, right? And this does not appear to be enforcement or in your enforcement role. Could you explain to us how this is part of your enforcement role?
It's common that I don't have to explain the enforcement role. I work for the agency, and it's common that multiple individuals will send requests in to a point of contact, somebody that they've contacted before, spoke with about licensure. I get a call from unlicensed operators on a regular basis asking for guidance in reference to the laws. So it's not uncommon at all in reference to, and once again, those requests would then flip back to licensing, who then in fact do the GIS mapping, and the mapping is then created.
Okay, great. Well, it looks like on March 5th, 2024, you responded, I confirm the location is okay. The Adult Education Center does not apply. See attached map. So it seems like maybe this was just one time, but you curtailed all the steps and you responded, not ABCA. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Nothing. Well, I think you're misleading it. It's not curtailed. The map came from licensing division that was then sent to, once again, all this redaction. I don't know the context of this email at all. All I know is what you're pointing out and what's not redacted. So.
Well, I had to redact the information that wasn't pertinent to you because I don't want retaliation. I don't want you to find this person and things of that nature. So to protect their personal information is why I redacted it. But I did leave, since you are the testifying witness, I left everything that you said, your name, the dates that you replied, and your email address completely unredacted.
Which doesn't give a clear picture of what was said in the email. So, but yes, this is, if you're asking the question, yes, it is. It's more. It happens more than about. I like that people are reaching out to me for everything under the sun. The unlicensed operators asking about how to apply. I can't tell you how many of unlicensed operators I've had to tell them where to go to the website was to apply, fill the application out. So yes, that it is not uncommon that as a employee for the agency that I provide information and education to individuals when asked.
Thank you. Have you ever been reprimanded in your role as a supervisory investigator for ABCA?
I'm going to object to that question. That's not relevant to the proceeding, to the cease and desist. So let's move on, sir.
Chairman, I would respectfully offer that since Mr. Peru is the only testifying witness in the situation, as far as to the board that the board relied on for its finding the facts and conclusions of law, that whether he's been reprimanded does go to the credibility of the witness. So I just wanted to get that response out on the record.
I'm not going to allow that question to be asked. I mean, even if he was, it's not relevant. So let's move on.
Yes, I absolutely, Chairman. I just want to get the proffer for the record, just in case there's an appeal, right? I just want to make sure that everything's on the record.
Sure.
Mr. Peru, are you an expert on cannabis?
I don't think I'm an expert on anything, sir.
Nope. Okay, great. Was the green leafy substance in the photos in your case report tested to confirm your suspicion that they were cannabis?
It was not, sir.
Okay. So I think I'm still showing exhibits on the screen. What I'm now showing our exhibit number 5. Actually, Chairman, I apologize. As far as exhibit number 6 for the respondents, Mr. Peru did verify that this was his email address. I moved to enter exhibit 6 in as evidence.
So moved, sir. I don't have a problem. What is exhibit 6 specifically?
Exhibit 6 is the email communications between supervisory investigator Peru and a potential owner of a cannabis cultivation facility, where they were asking Ms. Peru to verify that location for suitability.
Okay, all right. It's Mr. Peru has testified that that's his email address, and okay, that's fine. So moved.
Okay.
Let me, Mr. Whitley, have you provided us with? Have you provided? Who did you provide us?
Yesterday to ABCA legal counsel and also attorney general counsel Martha Jenkins was CC'd to that email as well. I sent the witness list as well.
Okay, fine. I just want to make sure that the legal office has this as a document. That's fine.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. What I'm now showing you, Mr. Peru, is the exhibits that you were referencing earlier, Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 5. Okay. Now, from my viewing, and could you tell me if you can see this? Is there any company displayed on these labels?
Company, not that I can see.
There's no company name.
Not that I can see.
So these packages aren't associated with a specific company on the label, correct?
Correct. In these pictures, I cannot see a company.
Can you see any pricing? I can look around. Do you see any pricing on these labels?
I do not.
During your visits to the safe house location, did you see pricing on anywhere in the store? Did you see any pricing?
Not that I can recollect.
Okay. Would you agree the pricing would be more indicative of selling a product, correct?
With cannabis, most places do not have pricings posted.
Okay. And is that a fact or just based off your experience?
Based on my experience and where I've been to, there's less pricing of cannabis than there actually is menus or cannabis prices. You'd have to ask and be offered.
Great. You brought up menus. Did you observe any menus during your investigation of the safe house?
Nope, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And did you open any of these containers?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so you didn't open the containers and smell the inside of the containers?
The individual containers, no, I do not break packaging seals.
Okay. So none of the containers were open, none of the contents removed, and none of the contents were ever tested.
Correct. So
Okay.
therefore, correct. So that arrest will not have to be made by MPD.
Okay. Because for an arrest to be made by MPD, there has to be probable cause that the substance is actually cannabis, correct?
The criminal element, they would test and then they would arrest if in fact they had enough to arrest. Correct.
Okay. But that procedure isn't done under your investigations, correct?
It has been restricted and trying to get this done in a fashion to where employees are not subject to criminal charges and arrests. So yes, it's been agreed upon that to start and these process of warnings and re-inspections, we would not go down that avenue until final closures were occurring.
Okay. You said in your testimony that you could or you observed the odor or the smell of cannabis at the location during both of your inspections. But that you didn't put the odor or smell of cannabis anywhere in your report, did you?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would have left that fact out of your report but included it in your testimony?
I didn't think it was relevant, and my testimony was a question that I was asked and I answered.
All right, just for the record, so you didn't think if you observed the smell and odor of marijuana that it was relevant for your report?
You know what? I think that's a good idea. In the next report, maybe I will put that in there because every place I walk into, the smell of cannabis exists.
Okay, great. Now, are you aware or would you agree that there's at least two different types of smells of cannabis?
I don't know what you're referring to, two types of smells. What does that mean?
Great. Would you agree that the smell of burnt cannabis is different than the smell of unburnt cannabis?
Yeah, I would say that's fair.
Okay, so which odor did you observe?
Flour, unburnt, no smoke. I didn't see any smoke. I didn't smell any smoke.
But you admitted that you never opened the package and you didn't smell the contents of the package.
I smelled the contents of the room. I was asked what it smelled like when I entered, and my answer was that, to my experience and knowledge, and being at multiple cannabis facilities in the district, growers and whatnot, I know what the smell of flower and cannabis smells like.
Okay. Now, did you independently verify the source of the odor?
I didn't open any packages. The source of the odor was all the cannabis product that was in the store. Did I identify a specific source? No.
Okay. Now, these exhibits of this green leafy substance in these packages, did you see anybody interact with this display during either of your visits?
No customers were in the store, so no.
So we got to answer the question for the record. So this is kind of like a yes or no thing. Did you observe anyone interact with the display in exhibit that you have in your exhibit 4 and exhibit 3 in your case report? Did you observe any human person interact with this display?
I can't recall.
Okay. Would looking at your case report refresh your recollection?
Nope, it would not.
Because it's not in your case report, correct?
If anybody touched the product, it is not in my report, correct?
Okay. And also to that, you didn't see on either visit, you did not personally observe the exchange or transfer of cannabis on the premises.
Hold on, before Mr. Whitley, I think that one of the things that Mr. Peru stated is that once he's at the site, that the general public is not allowed to enter until they depart, until departure. I think that's what he stated. So I think the record is clear that that's not something that Mr. Peru has seen, because he did state that once they enter the site, the general public is not allowed to enter.
Yes, Chairman, and I appreciate you bringing that clarity to the record. My line of question was only because, you know, my client's business is on the line, so part of my aggression. But I just wanted to be clear that that the distinction of no one being in the store, right? That could be a little vague, a little ambiguous. But I wanted to be clear that Mr. Peru did not personally observe the transfer or exchange. That's what the company is being accused of, right? The exchange, transfer as part of a commercial or of a commercial transaction of cannabis. And I just wanted to make sure that his testimony was that he did not observe that and ask that question specifically. But if you're staying on the record, that's already been covered and that's what he said, so be it.
Well, but I think this is a cease and desist, and I mean, and I think this is not. There is a second portion. I mean, I think the position would be that the substantial evidence would indicate that maybe the product is the product itself is cannabis, but I don't think that the standard that you are requesting, I don't believe that, at least at this stage in the process, that the law requires us to meet that standard. But
Mr. Chairman, you are correct. However, I do have to set the record, because if a final decision is made against my client may choose the option of appealing. And then the appellate court will have to rely on this testimony. So I just want to make sure that it's clear for that record in case that has to go that way. Do we agree?
All right, sir.
So Mr. Peru, did you observe large amounts of a dry green leafy substance in the establishment?
I did.
Okay, but just for the record, you don't know how much. You don't have an exact weight or measurement?
No, I do not.
Okay, and how many adults do you think were in the establishment before you entered or while you were there? How many adults were on the scene?
Workers you're referring to?
Or just in the establishment? If we establish that everything stopped when you got there, so yes, how many perceived personnel were inside the establishment?
I think 3, but I'm not sure.
3, okay. Now you said that you are familiar with the statutes and regulations in cases in the district regarding cannabis, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with Sims v. United States?
I'm not familiar with that case.
Okay, for the record, Sims v. United States, 244 Atlantic Reporter 3rd, 213, pinpoint 218, DC 2021 states the court held in that case that transferring a small amount of marijuana without remuneration, likewise is treated differently from selling it. Are you familiar with that case? You say that you weren't, so you're not aware of that, correct? That court holding?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So accordingly, you're also unaware that also in that case, the court found that that while it remains a prohibition on transfers of marijuana by sale in quantities of greater than an ounce or to persons under 21, the statute expressly exempts from that prohibition and unambiguously permits unremunerated transfers of an ounce or less of marijuana to an adult. You're not familiar with that?
I'm not.
Okay, so if you're not familiar with that case, how can you make a determination on whether or not cannabis was transferred without remuneration?
I can't. Those words that you said, I cannot say that directly. I know that a licensed business in the district had cannabis on the premises without a license. That's what I can attest to.
Okay, so there's also another case. It's Cornegay v. United States.
Mr. Whitley, in your closing, you can utilize all the case laws that you want, but I think that Mr. Peru is not an attorney. He stated that the first case you mentioned, he said he's not familiar with it. So I believe that those arguments are better for your closing, and whatever decision that the board will make, we will consider whatever authority that you have to support your position that the board should lift the cease and desist. So I think that's better for argument, sir. And I'm not trying to rush. I'm not trying to rush you. We do have another case, and you still have not presented your arguments, and you have a witness. Okay, so just keep that in mind, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir. I have one final question for Mr. Peru.
Okay, thanks.
Did you make any, Mr. Peru, did you make any inquiries about Royal Apes LLC while in the establishment during either of your inspections?
Reference to what?
Royal Apes LLC.
I'm not familiar with that. Royal Apes.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Unless it was on a document somewhere.
You were inside the establishment, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So can you see what I have on the screen?
Mm-hmm. I can.
Okay. Do you remember seeing this while you were inside the store?
That's probably the place of the store I wasn't allowed access to, because I don't remember.
No, this is so the picture that you took of the wall.
Yeah,
this
it's right
is
there.
Literally the 180 view. So you were standing in the center of the place, right?
Okay, I don't remember that.
Okay, but you don't remember this big logo?
No, I don't remember the seats either. That's why. But yeah, they're probably there. Sure, I don't remember it.
Okay, then do you remember seeing this logo?
I remember seeing the gorilla logo. I can't remember seeing the graffiti.
Okay, so you don't remember seeing the graffiti. All right, that's my last question.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't have. Close your screen, please, sir. I don't have any other questions for Mr. Peru. Does anyone have any? Does any of the board members have any questions for Mr. Peru? Well, hearing none, you are not free to go, Mr. Peru. So just stand down for a minute. Mr. Whitley, maybe you can tell us how is it that you how are you moving forward, sir, now?
I have one witness to call, Mr. Khalil Sharif. He was entered on my witness list. I believe he should be present either on call or on video.
Is Mr. Sharif, Mr. Oriela, is Mr. Sharif, is he online or? Yes, there is. So, all right. Mr. Sharif, can you unmute your line and turn your camera on, sir?
Give me 1 second, please. Having an issue with my camera. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, sir. Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. All right, Mr. Whitley, can you let us know, all right, give us some background who Mr. Sharif is, please. And
Yes.
have him spell and state his name for the record.
Okay, Mr. Sharif, could you spell and state your first and last name for the record, please?
Sharif Raleigh, Sharii, last name Riley.
Okay, great. What is your relationship with the Safe House?
I'm an art collector. We did with local D Street artists, to make sure that they are properly compensated for their artwork and their intellectual property.
Okay, may I place some exhibits on the screen real quick, please, board?
You have that opportunity, sir. It has not been taken away from you.
Okay, great, thank you. So, Mr. Sharif, I have some images on the screen. Could you describe what these images are?
These are licensing agreements with artists that we carry at the Safe House.
Okay, so does the Safe House purchase art? And do they also purchase licensing agreements for the art?
Yes, we do, and we also consignment art. We hold artists and customers come through. Can definitely view it in person.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, after the description by Mr. Sharif, I would like to enter Exhibit 1 as an exclusive licensing agreement, an example of an exclusive licensing agreement and art sold by the Safe House into evidence, please.
Did you previously disclose this? I just want to.
Yes.
All right, fine. You can do that. I mean, do you have any video that you can provide to us also, or you don't have that?
No, I don't have any video. I have all photos.
Okay, fine. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So I'm moving on to what we are offering as exhibit number 2. Mr. Sharif, can you see the images on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And so this appears to be the image from the last, but a little different. Could you tell us about some of the differences with the last image of this astronaut and how it's being displayed here now?
Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
What's the difference in the last picture that we showed in the picture now? It seems like this picture has some verbiage. Could you explain that?
Yeah, so that's associated with Royal Apes. It's a separate business that's under our roof. They deal with ethically just trying to get the word out as far as just conscious, as far as like cannabis health and just trying to get the word out there as far as their I guess story as far as their background and what they're about.
Mr. Whitley, do me a favor, please. Okay, I wanted the record to be clear. So, this is about the Safe House. Okay, so we issue a cease and desist for the Safe House. So, and in reviewing I think some of your filings yesterday, I saw this Royal. Let me see what's the name of it. Royal. And I think I'm sorry, Royal. What's the name of it? The Royal what?
Royal Apes LLC.
Royal. So I need you to explain to me because right now I don't see the relevance. I don't know what this Royal. I am sorry. I when it comes to I'm sorry, Royal what, sir?
Royal Apes LLC.
Royal Apes LLC. I don't see the connection. So maybe you need to explain to us, or have him explain to us what's the connection because I'm lost.
Okay. I can have the witness explain. First of all, is Royal Apes in the Safe House the same company, Mr. Sharif?
No, they're not.
Okay. Do they operate in the same space?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So both of these entities occupy the same building.
Correct.
But they're different ownership, different personnel. Is that correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. And let me see. This image that I was showing Mr. Peru right here, it seems to be a image of some type of logo. Do you know what that is that I'm showing on the screen now?
Yes, that's the Royal Apes logo.
Okay. And what is this that I'm showing now?
That's the Safe House logo.
Okay. So basically, Royal Apes is another entity separate and apart from the Safe House LLC.
Correct.
Is that what we're saying, Mr. Sharif?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, have you ever seen Royal Apes ever give away or handle, if you will, a dry green leafy substance?
No, I haven't.
Have you seen the Safe House ever handle or associate with a dry green leafy substance?
No, I haven't. We deal mostly with t-shirts, artwork, and events, local artists, street artists.
Okay. Did Royal Apes ever utilize any space inside the Safe House?
Yes, they had a shelf in the store.
They had a shelf in the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was that shelf used for?
Their displays, I'm not sure exactly what they were doing. It's two separate companies. We just share space.
Okay. So the Royal Apes is what you're saying had shelf space and
Yes.
utilized some shelf space for whatever their reason and whatever their business model was inside the Safe House.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And what did the Safe House utilize their display and shelf space for?
Artwork, postcards, t-shirts, local artists. We do a lot of events, just kind of to promote the unity of DC and H Street. But we were more on DC street art scene, along those lines.
Okay. Now the language on this card, if I may read it in. Thank you for visiting the Safe House. We appreciate and encourage your interaction and support of art and artists. To show our appreciation, you may be eligible for a free gift. All free gifts are optional and may be refused. All free gifts are gratuitous and are offered without remuneration and are not part of or of nor bundled with a commercial sale or commercial transaction. You must be 21 years or older to be eligible for a free gift. Thank you again for your love and support. Respectfully, Royal Apes LLC. What does this statement mean to you, Mr. Sharif?
The statement means if you come in for the art or you come in for any retail, you're optional to go over to Royal Apes' area and receive a free gift. Um, I'm not sure what the free gift was. It's optional. You can just come in and get your piece of artwork and leave the store.
Okay, so I'm showing more pictures. Also, thank you for that. After this has been explained, Chairman, I would move that this exhibit 2, this picture, this artwork, be admitted into evidence as well.
That's so move.
All right. Now, Mr. Sharif, I'm showing you more pictures. What am I showing you pictures of?
Pictures of art display, t-shirts. Local artists do their own kind of exclusive designs with our t-shirts.
Okay. Shit. So, t-shirts. Okay. And I'm showing you another exhibit. What is this?
Oh, it's local artists that comes in our shop. Yes, that's all the art that's available for purchase.
And this is more art here.
Yes.
And this is that same language on the back of all that art.
Yes, I believe so.
Now, how recent do you believe these pictures are?
I would say the past couple of weeks.
Past couple weeks?
Yeah, I'm not really sure the date.
Would you agree or disagree that these pictures are an accurate representation of the interior of the Safe House LLC or the premises at 335 8th Street, Unit A, since July 1st, 2023?
Yes, I'd agree.
The same thing for this set of pictures. Let me float through all of them. Now, same thing with this set of pictures. Would you agree that this is also the state and pictures that currently depict the safe house or the interior of the establishment at 335 8th Street, Unit A, on or after July 1st, 2023.
Yes, I would agree.
I mean, sorry, 2024, July 1st, 2024.
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. And that's Mr. Peru. Okay, so I'm gonna go back over here. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that the board also admit, after Mr. Sharif's testimony about the pictures, in stating the accuracy of the pictures in their appearance on or after July 1st, 2024 into evidence as well.
So moved.
And lastly, Mr. Sharif, are you aware, or have you ever seen any labels, or I should say any prices on any green leafy substance inside the premises at 335 8th Street?
No, I haven't.
Have you seen anyone exchange money or receive anything in exchange for a green leafy substance in the premises at 335 8th Street?
No, I haven't.
I rest. I have no further questions for the witness.
All right, thanks. Close the
I apologize.
screen, please. That's it. Close your screen. That's right. I just want to let you know, Mr. Sharif, I can see you, sir. I just want you to be aware of that.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Sharif, so what is the legal relationship between Royal Ape and Safe House?
The legal relation is we share the same space.
And how long have you been sharing the same space, sir?
Well, I've been there for about a year, so since that time.
So tell me, how did this relationship come about?
As
That
far
you
as
share a space. Yeah, tell me about tell me how this relationship came about.
well, I wasn't there from the beginning of the relationship, so I can't really tell you how it started.
All right, so tell me, what is your role with Royal Ape?
I have no role with Royal Apes. I work for the Safe House.
I'm sorry. Okay, what is your role with Safe House?
My role with Safe House is to look at art, like local artists, host events, try to get the artists their right royalties and payments for their intellectual properties, and just connecting people.
So, what is this? All right, so I'm confused, but so what products does the Safe House sell?
We sell T-shirts, postcards, hats, and large frame artwork.
The Safe House sells that.
Yes.
So I'm hearing about some green leafy substance. So
Well, that
who does this? Who owns this leafy product?
That's Royal Ape side of the store. I don't know who owns the actual leafy green products.
You don't know who owns it, but how large is this? But let me ask you a question, sir. All right. I heard earlier that you have to go through. You said you sell artwork, you sell T-shirts. So basically a retail store. Is that what you said that you are?
Correct.
So, and I'll say that I went to Macy's last week to buy products, to buy some shirts or to pick up some products. I did not go through a security guard. I did not get searched. I didn't get pat down. So why is it that if I want to go into the Safe House, why do I to purchase art, to purchase a T-shirt? Why do I have to go through a security guard, why do I have to get pat down to come into an establishment to purchase art or a T-shirt?
Well, we are in the heart of the nation's capital, and this is a very dangerous corridor that the store is on. We have had instances where female employees have been attacked, people have pulled knives on people, and just a lot of just unwanted actions going on in the store. So we took steps to just make our employees safe and kind of give people a sense of peace in the store.
So you're saying that because you're on an unsafe area, that is why you have this heightened sense of security for T-shirts and art?
Just being in the nation's capital and based off experiences at the store. This is more of being retroactive to incidents that have happened.
So what's the most expensive piece of artwork or T-shirt do you have there?
Some large frame artwork goes to about 200 and up. It depends. Art is in the eye of the beholder, as they always say. So it really has no value. It's the value that the artist puts on it, and it varies from artist to artist.
So what's the most so all right, so what's the most, in your estimation, what's the most expensive piece of art that you have in the that establishment?
Say we have one or two about $1,000. Some could get up to $2,000.
All right. So how long have you been working for Safe House?
For about a year.
Do you know who owns Royal Ape?
No, I do not.
Do you? How often are you at the Safe House?
Between 5 and 6 days out of the week.
5, 6 days of the week. And how large is the space that's shared between Royal Ape and the Safe House?
How large? I can't really give you an estimate as far as numbers wise. I would say an average storefront. It's not a huge space.
Not a huge space.
It's more of a narrow corridor space.
No. And you don't know who's operate you don't know who operates Royal Ape.
No, I do not.
And how do I know that? All right, so let me ask. All right, so tell me, as from your view, with the T-shirts and whatever this, we saw some pictures. Or let me put it that way. We saw some pictures of some products. Whose products are those?
Oh, that's
that we saw.
Which pictures are you referring to, sir?
I saw not the T-shirts. Mr. Whitley had shown some products on the line of there's some containers, there's some jars. Whose products are those that were shown on my screen a couple of minutes ago?
That's Royal Ape's property.
And what is in? So what is in? So what is that? Tell me what it is.
What is?
Those the property specifically. What is in those jars? What's in the container?
I do not know what's in the containers. I haven't opened the containers. I haven't opened the seal on a container or a bag.
What's it smell like in the business there?
Smells like a regular store.
Do you know what cannabis? Do you know what cannabis smells like, sir?
Yes.
Do you smell cannabis in the small space there?
No, we burn a lot of incense in there, and I smell plugins.
All right. Where else do you sell? Where else? Is this the only location that Safe House sells its products?
Yes.
And so it's only it's only sold in this establishment. Is that correct?
As far as my knowledge, yes.
Yes. And is it correct that if an individual purchases a product from the safe house, that they can get a gift from Royal Ape? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so who tells them that they are eligible to receive a gift from Royal Ape?
I believe the card explains it to them.
The card?
The card that was on the screen just now a little while ago.
So, but who's the person who put together? But I guess what I'm trying to say is that how is it that Royal Ape and the safe house end up in the same place? How is it that if I go in to the safe house to purchase a T-shirt or an artwork, how was it established that I could get a gift from Royal Ape?
Tamana, I'm not sure how it was established. Like I said before, I've only been there a year, and the safe house has been open for a couple years, so I'm not sure the origins of any of that.
So you have been working in an establishment for a year, and you were told that, okay, if I purchase a piece of merchandise from the safe house, I could go over to a separate business and get a free gift. Is that correct?
Correct, but I'm a independent art collector. I came on board the safe house to help them with their art collection.
So how much piece of? Okay, so how much art is in that property
Uh,
at any given time?
Maybe a couple hundred postcards, a few hundred pictures.
So I saw one picture of an astronaut, and I see a whole lot of T-shirts and other products. So I didn't. Do you guys have more pictures of all the artwork that's available in Safe House?
Oh yes, but
I had them up, Chairman. You want me to put them back on the screen?
All right. Okay, that's fine.
But we also have storage areas.
Go ahead.
We don't keep everything on site. We also have storage facilities for artwork. You can't really keep everything in one place, but
All
a
right.
lot of artwork is available.
So, do you know how many people? Do you know how many? You've been working there for a year. So, how many people work for Safe House?
I'm not sure the exact number. When I'm there, it's probably 2 other people there, but I'm in and out. I'm not there the entire day.
So, do you know how many people work for Royal Ape?
No, I don't.
You don't know. Do you know who provides the security for the security that's outside? Who are they employed? Are they employed by Safe House or from Royal Air?
I don't know.
Mr. Sharif, you work in a small store. You've been there for a year. You've been there you talk about 4 to 5 times a week. And you're the witness today. And there's some basic questions about 2 businesses in a small space. And then you're telling me you don't know anything. I mean, I don't understand who pays you?
I get paid commission off of like art sales and like collaborations with artists.
So you get commission. So who provides you the commission? Is it?
It's direct from the artist.
All right. So how does Safe House make money?
Off their art sales and their T-shirts and their promotions. They also throw events.
All right. So, but you don't get paid by Safe House.
I get paid off artists.
So you said what?
I get paid from artist commission. I'm affiliated with the Safe House.
Now, have you ever Are you familiar with Safe House's social media page?
No, I'm not.
You've never been on there. You've been. Let
I
me
know
see.
they have one, but I'm not like familiar with it.
So you don't know what's on their their
I
Instagram
don't
page, sir.
I don't control the Instagram.
I didn't ask you, sir, if you control it. I'm saying, are you familiar with the page?
I'm familiar with the page. I've seen the page before, but I'm not
So,
like
all right. So what is it? So what's on their page from your perspective?
just videos, memes,
Of
just
what, sir?
just regular internet jokes. They're promoting the store, promoting pictures of the store, like events. We'll have like local rappers come through, local artists come through.
So you don't know whether or not they on their Instagram page if they promote cannabis in any way.
I don't think they promote cannabis in any way.
Let me go back. Mr. Peru testified that the containers that were on the have you ever looked, sir, at the products that were available at Royal Aged Ape? These products that were on the shelf, have you ever looked at them, sir?
Yes, I've seen them.
And so did you ever go over one day and pick up one of the containers to look at it?
No,
So as far as you know, you don't know what's in. You're in a store that you've been working for a year, and you have no idea what is it that is in the if it's in the containers that's on the shelf.
yes, because that's not a part of Safe House, and I never opened a container or opened anything on the shelves.
And you have never been curious what is it that's on the other side of the room, sir?
No, not really.
Um, were you have you were you at the facility when Mr. Peru or any other district agency entered the facility?
No,
So you've never been there when any of the district agencies enter the facility, sir?
no.
Did anyone ever share with you that ABCA was there or Department of Health was there? Was that
I
ever
don't.
shared with you?
No, they have.
So you so do you know why you're here today, sir? Do you know the purpose of
I'm
the
here to
hearing?
speak on the merits of the Safe House and what we do there.
Um, do you know why ABCA issued a cease and desist order to Safe House?
Based on Royal Apes, I believe.
So so your so your view is that you're here. You don't know why ABCA would ever issue a cease and desist order against Safe House because all that Safe House does is that we sell T-shirts and art, and that's all. That's all you know. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
But how do you know that the products that are available for um for the products that are available from Royal Ape? How do you know that they own that? How do you know they owned it?
That they own the product on the shelf.
Yeah.
Well, that was their part of the store. So whatever that was on the shelf, I presume was their property.
And so let me ask you a question. So a a consumer comes in the store and they purchase of a piece of art, or they purchase or they purchase a T-shirt, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
And how do they pay for it?
They pay at the window for the T-shirts.
They pay at the window for the T-shirts and and who directs them to Royal Ape?
It's a line that exits out the store and it passes by Royal Apes. So you can pass by Royal Apes and just walk out the store. You don't have to stop at Royal Apes.
But typically, what percentage of the people stop at Roy after purchasing one of the products at Safe House? What percentage of the folks stop by Royal Ape? Do you know?
I don't know the percentage.
But it's a lot. But is it 50%?
Well, the store is
10%?
crowded. It's a crowded line of people, so I don't know who's still shopping or who's at Royal Apes. It's not like two separate lines.
Oh, but let me ask you a question, sir. When someone comes in the store, where do they go first? Do they go to Royal Apes or do they go to the Safe House?
They go to the Safe House.
But why would they not go to Royal Apes first?
I don't know.
Because people go to the Safe House because Safe House have excellent T-shirts. They have the best artwork.
And it's a social space.
And so, what do you mean it's a social space?
Well, like I said, we deal with a lot of local artists, like a lot of DC street art. So people are coming in here and we'll just conversate and talk about what they're doing, what they're working on.
So what's the most amount of people who can be inside the Safe House at one point?
I'm not sure of the occupancy for a Safe House.
No, but I'm asking you, like, how many people on a typical day you're there? How many people are there?
It could be 20 people inside
at one time.
At one time.
Do you know whether or not the same people who own Royal Ape are the same folks who own Safe House?
I don't know.
You don't know. But all you know is that you get paid by, you're not paid directly by Safe House, you're paid directly from commissions from the artist. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I might have some other questions, but do any board members have any other questions that they want to ask? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Sharif, I didn't catch your last name. What's your last name again?
Riley.
Riley?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Riley, thank you for being here today. You mentioned that you all have security. And when I say you all, my assumption is the combination of Royal Apes and Safe House. There's security there because of not just assumed public safety issues, but actual incidents in the past. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were any of those incidents reported to MPD?
I'm not sure.
Okay. In your best estimation, is there a specific product that is causing the potential for public safety concerns in the property?
Can you say the question again, please?
In your best estimation, is there a specific product that may be causing a public safety concern within the property?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. With respect to the public safety in and around the property, do you believe that based on the current concerns that this would be a location fit to be able to have products such as art and cannabis on a long-term basis?
I'm not understanding your question.
Do you believe that based on your concerns around safety in and around the area, that this location is suitable for the products that are currently being sold or given away at the property?
I feel like the security is more of a concern with the recent retail thefts, with people just running in places and causing havoc in the city. So I think it's more along that lines, trying to be more proactive than reactive.
Okay. With respect to the uh, the average patron who is patronizing both Royal Apes and Safe House, in the event that someone walks up to you and you're on the sales floor or the general area and they have a question that is Royal Apes specific, do you know who to refer them to?
Not particularly. I just tell them to go to Roy Apes display.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chair, I think those are all of my questions for now.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Raleigh, first of all, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
How familiar are you with the operations of all the businesses that are concerned at 355 H Street, Northeast
I'm
Washington, D.C.?
I'm in tune with Safe House's business, but not Roy Apes.
Are you familiar with any certificate of occupancies? Those are business licenses that are issued.
No, I'm not.
Do business in the District of Columbia.
No, I'm not.
Have you ever been associated with any certificate of occupancy yourself?
No.
How long have you been employed by the persons there at 325 H Street?
I've been there about a year.
Previous to that, what was your occupation?
I was a head chemical operator for L'Oreal, and then I freelanced for street art dealers in New York, New Jersey.
Well, please repeat that again.
I was a chemical operator for L'Oreal, but I also on the side I dealt with street art from New Jersey, New York.
So you said a chemical?
A chemical operator was more my education, and then I got into the art scene.
So in New York, did you do the same types of business that you're doing on H Street here in Washington, D.C.?
Oh, in New York, no, I just sold art. I got with local artists and tried to find buyers for the art pieces. We do events, we do soft openings at restaurants that featured art. We did art collaborations. We would travel down in Miami to the art festival. So I was just kind of in the arts kind of realm.
So other than art, you have no idea what other businesses operate or how they operate in that space?
No, I don't know how they operate in the space.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Mr. Mr. Whitley?
Riley.
Mr. Riley.
Uh,
Prior to you working with Safe House, Safe House here in DC, have you ever worked with any other establishments in DC, like either alcohol related or any other businesses here in DC, sir?
no.
No? No?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions, Mr. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Riley. Are you related to any of the management of Safe House or um or um or I'm sorry, or Royal Ape?
No, I'm not.
Okay. All right. Mr. Before, let me make sure I have no other questions to ask. Hold on. Let me ask, Mr. Riley, do you do you strictly do the artwork, or are you involved with the T-shirts?
I'm involved with both,
So, how much do T-shirts sell for?
between $25 and $40.
And what type of T-shirts are these?
They're just graphic T-shirts.
And so if I purchase do you know if I purchase a $20 versus a $40 T-shirt from Safe House, do you know what type of gift I can get from Royal Ape?
No, I don't.
Um, and you don't personally direct if someone purchase a T-shirt. I mean, do you sell the art yourself? To if someone comes in, do you sell the art to someone?
Me personally?
Yes.
No, they purchased the art purchase at the window.
So tell me the role that you play inside the. Tell me
It's
the role yeah.
the role I play is getting local artists their physical artwork into the store and trying to get it sold for them.
But so if I see a piece of art, you can tell me about the art and the artist. If I was to go in the store and if I see you, you can provide more information to me about the artwork. Is that the role that you play when you're there, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Whitley.
I have no further witnesses, Mr. Chairman and Board.
All right. All right. So fine. Thank you for that. So what is it that you want the board to do today, sir?
In light of the facts discovered on the record today, my clients are asking that the cease and desist be lifted. They already have been approved for conditional licenses. They are planning to move their retail location. That location is potentially still viable for the internet retail, but as they have listed, due to concerns in the area, they still might not even have that internet retail there. Also, per the cease and desist, Royal Apes, they have terminated the respondents report that they have terminated their relationship with Royal Apes. We have demonstrated pictures that there is no cannabis on the premises anymore, especially, I'm sorry, any green leafy substance, anything that could have been perceived as cannabis in the store. So they are compliant with any cease and desist. They just wanted to get certain facts on the record. I think the testimony from Mr. Peru didn't establish that he personally observed any transfer of cannabis, any exchange of anything for cannabis. He wasn't able to say with certainty or high degree of certainty at that the green leafy substance that was reported was in fact actually cannabis. There's been no test. And so the reporting and the facts based on that is somewhat prejudicial against the respondents. And that is another reason why they're asking for the cease and desist to be lifted. Also, there has been no facts that have shown that the cases in Cornegay and also Sims, that the respondents have violated any law based on those cases. I did want to highlight this opportunity, since my case law had to be reserved for this moment, that in the Cornegay case, Cornegay v. United States, 236, Atlantic Reporter 3rd, 414, Penn site 421, DC 220, that the court found that the act of putting any object that might be sold or even intended for sale into a container is not commonly understood as making that object available for sale. And that is the only thing that there's packaging of a green leafy substance is the only thing that the Agent Peru and frankly the board is relying on in its determination that the green leafy substance in those containers was for sale. But that case law contradicts that because there's no supporting evidence. There's no pricing. Again, nothing was observed by anyone. No one has reported even touching those containers. So in lieu of Cornegay, it hasn't been proven in the evidence on the record that the green leafy substance was available for sale. Period. Also, it's also made clear in that case that at least in absence of some contrary provision of law, the language in section 48-904.01A1A would naturally be understood to mean that possession of 2 ounces or less of marijuana is no longer a crime without regard to whether the possessor intended to distribute the marijuana. Now, we haven't even conclusively determined that the green leafy substance was marijuana, but we also haven't determined whether the allegations of which company, whether it's the Safe House, Royal Apes, has distributed or made available 2 ounces of less of specifically marijuana. We haven't gotten that determination, and Mr. Peru couldn't even verify the amount and weights and measures of what he believed was the cannabis to be. So there's no determination whether there was 2 ounces per person. There's been no determination or discussion about that. Mr. Peru's investigation also failed, even though there was obvious clues, failed to discover the presence of another business. And there was no investigation, no discussion as into the role of that business with the relationship, but only because Safe House made its way upon a list that the public is not aware of, it was targeted. Even though there are other locations that Mr. Peru says that he's observed violations that he did not pursue against those locations. So a culmination of all these events and case law and procedures, basically, I just think the board is falling short of making the connection that the Safe House or even Royal Apes participated in the sale or exchange or exchange cannabis with remuneration, or that cannabis was connected to a commercial transaction, even though that is the allegations and the basis and the conclusions of law that led to the cease and desist. The evidence hasn't been displayed that support that decision. And so based on all that, again, and also considering that the company is compliant with the cease and desist, and there hasn't been any evidence at all that it's not compliant. Mr. Peru did try to put forth some evidence that some unknown person that clearly was not an agent of his, because there are no cannabis agents, even though he sent someone else out there at night, even though we don't know who that was. We don't even know if they were an ABCA agent to report that they observed activity, but again, couldn't report what type of activity that was. So based on all of that, we again believe respectfully that the cease and desist should be lifted.
I'll just say to you, Mr. Willie, you're an attorney, and an attorney makes representation. You did not put ownership on we'd have no testimony from ownership. The one witness that we had, Mr. Riley clearly stated that he's not an owner of, he's not an employee of Royal Ape, or Safe House. He stated that I get paid from commission. I would ask questions specifically of him. He doesn't know much about the business relationships between the two entities. And so that's just something that still there is still an issue that I need to consider.
Yes, I would submit that you can easily look at the public records and tell that the ownership isn't the same.
I'm saying, sir, I'm just saying to you that as an attorney can only make representations, and to say this is what the representations made from my client. I can't cross-examine you. And in trying to get some clarification from Mr. Riley clearly stated that he doesn't know. He doesn't know. So I'm just saying. So the information that the board has, it has to be based on the representations made by counsel the the testimony made by Mr. Riley for us to make a decision whether or not we're going to remove the cease and desist. So I just want to say that's the information that the board will utilize to make its determination. Let me see. It's I know that you've stated you have represented that that Safe House has applied for a conditional license, and as you are aware, if you apply for a conditional license, the entity cannot sell cannabis either in the location or as an or online until a license is granted. Um, and um, be- and Royal, if based on your presentation, I mean Royal Royal Ape and Safe House, they're in the same location. So they're in the same location, and so therefore, if an investigator goes into the location and sees products, so it's difficult to ascertain exactly who the product belongs to if you're saying that there's really it's not two separate entities. Well, to the general public, I'm not sure if it's apparent that it's two separate entities. I don't know. I don't, because I've not been there. I don't know, and I think the testimony presented by Mr. Peru, that's not clear. At least he hasn't provided information to the board that that he was aware of that. So this will all go into the decision that the board will utilize, the information the board will utilize to make a decision. So with that said, I can officially close the record unless you have something else you want to state before I close the record, sir.
I just wanted to clarify that Mr. Peru never listed a website. You said that website activities, and there was no website listed.
I never stated that. I'm just making a general statement. And I've done that to all. I know you had said internet retailer, so I was just making a general statement to say that if the entity applied for a conditional license until a license is granted, that the entity cannot sell cannabis in a location or on a website. That's all I was just saying as a general. I'm not saying that this was being done, but I'm making sure that I let all when I have these cease and desist orders, I'm and potential licensees. I'm just putting them on notice that they cannot sell, possess, or have cannabis either in a location or on the internet. That's all. That's it. It's not specific to Safe House. It is just a general. I just want to advise parties what obligations they have to the agency if they want the agency to favorably consider issuing a license to them to issue a license to them. So they need to be aware that if they're selling it online, you're still selling it. Or you can say, well, you come into the store, there's none. But if an investigator goes online and if they can purchase it and it's delivered, then you're still selling it. So it's not specific to Safe House. It's or Royal Ape. It's just a general to say this is the state of the law. I want you to be aware of it because you're in front of me. So I have an opportunity to share with you what the state of the law is and to say that I did share with you the state of the law, what your obligations are. So, okay. All right. With that said, let me bring this hearing to a closure. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage as chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 ULC 00001 Safe House, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24 ULC 00001 Safe House for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes. As it appears that the motion has passed 3-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Mr. Whitley, thank you very much for your presentation this morning. The board will issue we have 30 days to issue a decision, but we will issue a decision much quicker than that in due course. You'll receive a written decision in our position whether or not we will lift the cease and desist. Okay? Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day. All right. I know we have another hearing. It is 12:08. We're going to take a 15-minute break. So let's come back on the record at 12. What's 15 minutes? So at 12:20, we'll just take a 12-minute break. I know that the other side has been waiting for since 11 o'clock. I don't want them to. I would take a larger break, but since I know the other side is there, but I need to take a break. So it's 12:08. We'll come back on the record at 12:25. So you don't need to sign off. Just you can just put your camera in mute and mute your volume and put your camera and we'll come back on the record at 12:25. All right, thanks. back. We are back in the record. We're in the record. Our next case is case number 24 ULC 00002, All American Papers. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in the next case?
Sure thing. Andrew J. Levine, Esquire, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. Or good afternoon. I can hear now.
Good afternoon. Hold on 1 minute, please, sir. We're here today at the request of the landlord, who is the operator. On the request of the landlord, which is 502-504H Street General Partners and Rahimi Investments Inc. The landlord of All American Papers requested this hearing to challenge the board's cease and desist order issued on July 3rd, 2024, specifically board order number 2024-473. Let us review the series of events that led us to today's hearing. On March 10th, 2024, ABCA Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, along with other district agencies, inspected 504 H Street Northeast. During their inspection, the establishment was found to have engaged in illegal cannabis activity. In response, a warning letter was issued advising of violations regarding the illegal sale and distribution of cannabis. On June 27th, 2024, Supervisor Investigator Peru returned to the premise for a follow-up inspection. There, he found that the establishment was continuing to sell cannabis products, including THC. On July 3rd, 2024, the board, having reviewed the investigative report 24 ULC 00 0001, found that All American Papers was operating an unlicensed establishment and was engaging in the illegal sale and distribution of cannabis. Finding that, hold on. Finding that the illegal operation immediately threatens the health, safety, and welfare of the public, the board issued its cease and desist order, board order number 2024-473. I want to correct the record. It's the board having reviewed the investigative report, which is 24 ULC 00002. So the board order that was issued was 24 board order 2024-473. On July 23rd, 2024, 502-504H Street General Partners and Rahimi Investment Inc., through its attorney, Mr. Andrew Levine, requested an expedited hearing pursuant to DC Official Code Section 7-1671-12A-B1. The board schedules the hearing at its earliest ability. Mr. Levin, please tell the board on what grounds you are challenging the cease and desist order. In other words, why should the board cease and desist order be lifted? I want you, Mr. Levine, to introduce yourself for the record, spell and state your name, and share who do you represent, sir.
My name is Andrew J. Lavin, Lavin. I represent Rahimi Investments, Inc., who is listed on the cease and desist, as well as the owner of the property, 502-504 H Street General Partnership.
Now, Mr. Levin, do you represent All American Papers?
No, sir.
Okay, so you are not. I just want the record to reflect you represent the landlord, not the business. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And all right. So what is basically going to happen, sir? And I guess since you represent the landlord, and I know that you receive a copy of the letter, I guess what is it that the landlord is asking the board to do today, sir?
Well, the landlord owner, 502-504 H Street General Partnership, would have been the proper party to list. Rahimi Investments Incorporated, though is listed on my tax DC as an address for mailings for the landlord owner, was improperly listed as the owner of the property, which is not. If you'd like, I can pull up the deed right now, as well as.
So why don't you correct the record and to state, because you requested this hearing as the landlord. So
correct.
Who is the landlord that requested this hearing, sir?
Well, the landlord owner is 502-504 H Street General Partnership. However, that the business that is the subject of these proceedings is a subtenant of the landlord's tenant. So there technically is no privy of contract between the landlord and the business, which is allegedly conducting the activity listed in the cease and desist order. I'm not here, as I said, to represent that whatever is going on in that part of the property is correct or incorrect. I don't represent the business. I'm basically here to have my client, Rahimi Investments, Inc., removed from the cease and desist, or in the alternative, show that my client has taken the necessary steps to remove the subtenant, otherwise known as American Legends LLC, doing business as All American Papers, from the property based on their violation of the sublease and DC law as stated in the cease and desist order.
So why don't you then share with the board what action that your client has undertaken to address this issue?
Yes, sir. On, find for you, sir. May I share my screen?
Mr. Oriana, can you allow Mr. Levin to share his screen, please?
Access has been granted.
Thank you.
This is a notice to quit, or excuse me, 10-day notice to correct the lease violations provided to American Legends LLC, doing business as All American Papers, and the individual who signed the sublease on behalf of American Legends LLC in January of 2020. This notice basically says that they are to comply with the cease and desist by, discontinuing the illegal sale or purchase, exchange, delivery of any commercial transaction involving cannabis or within 10 days. And if they do not take the proper corrective action, which I can't say what would either be them getting the proper licensing and or just ceasing all activity stated in the cease and desist, the landlord owner will take the necessary steps in the landlord tenant court to evict them from the premises. I'm not sure if anybody on the board is familiar with the landlord tenant court, which is where I typically practice. It's not the quickest it's not the quickest way to get a tenant or subtenant out of a commercial property for violations of their list. But however, it is the only way to do it in the District of Columbia, unless an acknowledgement of surrender or voluntary surrender is provided by the tenant or subtenant, and the property is to document the voluntary surrender of the property back to the owner. I received notice from my process server yesterday that the notice, which I'm sharing on the screen, had been served. So within 10 days, if either, I don't know what would be necessary for the actions for the business to take, but if they don't prove or provide to my client documentation, they are in compliance or compliant with DC law and regulations concerning whatever business operations they have going on, and or vacate the property voluntarily, my client will be forced to file a claim for possession of the premises in the landlord tenant court. My client has no involvement in their business, sir. He can't just tell them to stop. I believe that is the job of this board and whatever DC agencies have that power. This is basically my client's only form of to remedy the situation that he, absent the subtenant voluntarily surrendering the property.
So you're stating, okay, so the letter is dated July 22nd, and when is it that you said that it was served?
According to the email I received from my process server that we use, it was served yesterday. I'm still waiting on the affidavit of service. And
you don't know who it was served on?
No, that would be indicated in the affidavit, whether it was served via posting or served on potentially one of the individuals listed in the cease and desist order.
So, so can you just walk me? All right. So can you walk me then through walk the board? Close your screen, sir.
Sorry.
Yeah, please. So walk us through a timeline. The next steps.
Well, sir, per the sublease agreement between the tenant and the subtenant being American Legends LLC, the landlord has to provide 10 days notice of any violation of the sublease agreement. If that violation is not corrected within 10 days, the landlord may seek repossession of the property through the DC landlord and tenant court. After 10 days, like I stated, if I don't receive documentation or notice from the subtenant that the lease violations have been corrected, meaning they've gotten whatever licensing is required for them to be removed from the cease and desist order to be compliant with DC law. If I don't receive any documentation of evidencing that or their voluntary surrender of the property, I'll be filing a complaint for possession based on the violations listed in the notice, complaint for possession in the landlord-tenant court. That would get filed. There is no real telling how long the court would set an initial hearing for. Typically, in my experience, it's been between 2 and 3 months for an initial hearing. At the initial hearing, the parties make their representations as to where everything stands. The court confirms that all notice requirements have been met. They would then set a mediation date and trial. Typically, from what I've seen with commercial evictions, the dates don't get pushed out so far as they do in residential for a mediation and trial, but I can't say with any certainty that the eviction process from start to finish would be complete in less than 6 months.
All right. So what the representation you're making is that so the lessee, they legally sublease the property?
American Legends, you mean?
Yeah. Who holds the lease?
The sublease.
No. Who owns the lease?
The last sublease was between the prior tenant and American Legends LLC, and an individual named Shane Yingling. However, it appears since receiving the notices and cease and desist that the business is operating under the trade name of American Papers or All American Papers. There is also currently a pending landlord-tenant action against the current tenant. Individual owners of the district of a business that goes by, I believe, District Pizza and Kebab. Per that lease with my client, they were to assume the sublease with American Legends LLC. However, they've represented that they were never able to establish a new sublease, but that does not invalidate the terms of the most recent sublease signed by American Legends LLC.
And the reason why I'm confused, and so if I keep on asking you if I keep on asking for clarification from the record, it's like your client leased the property to whom?
My client leased the property to a tenant, which operated a restaurant slash pickup food. I would want to say fast food, but a place where you can pick up some pizza or kebab in the main floor of the property, which is technically 504 A Street General Partnership. That tenant at the time, which he leased that property to, requested permission to sublease the second floor of 504 H Street, which in the sublease is listed as 504B H Street, Washington, D.C. My client granted the permission for the then tenant to sublease to American Legends LLC. And in the sublease, American Legends represented that it was compliant with all DC law and regulations. There was a business plan that is mentioned in the sublease. However, I don't have in my possession a copy of the business plan, as the actual sublease was signed by the tenant at the time and American Legends LLC, not my client, the owner of the property.
And so you had stated that there was a pending landlord-tenant matter against whom?
Against the current tenant, against the current tenant who took over the main lease from the then tenant after that lease expired. And per the current lease with the current tenant, they were supposed to assume the sublease with American Legends LLC and establish a new sublease agreement. However, they never did. They complained to my client that they never received any payments from the sublessee, American Legends LLC. That's more so a matter for the landlord-tenant court than this proceeding, I believe. But basically what I'm saying is my client is doing what he can to remedy the situation. He has no involvement with the business operations of American Legends LLC or All American Papers, who I believe they're the same entity, just operating under a new trade name. I don't believe the individuals that are involved are all that different. And if they are, then that they wouldn't be a sublessee. They would be technically a squatter and have no right to use and occupancy of the property.
Any questions of Mr. Levin by any member, either board members first, and then if you then you can introduce yourself, Mr. Peru, and if you have any questions, you can ask questions. I guess the board doesn't have any questions. You have any questions, Mr. Peru?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Jason Peru, JSONPERU, Supervisor Investigator with ABCA. I have not spoken to, obviously, the landlord attorney, but I would, he could reach out and contact me that we could further discuss information regarding ownership and whatnot. That would be helpful to actions and cases that we have going on moving forward, reference to the business. So I would just like to welcome that.
Mr. Peru, just tell us, what is it? Just give us a synopsis of this case, please.
Yeah, so this is another location on 8th Street Northeast, All American Papers, located at 504 8th Street Northeast. Another location that was visited on 2 separate occasions. Once the first was on April 10th, 2024, by the multi-agency joint cannabis team. And upon entering the establishment has a multi-tier layers of entry. You got to be buzzed in at the front door. Then there's a second door, and then there's a stairwell with a cage. Then you got to be let into the cage. So there's multiple layers to get past. The employee at the time did buzz us in, and doing an inspection, learned that the establishment had a variety of cannabis products, to include gummies and edibles, which Department of Health embargoed, meaning they had them seal up the product in a box and put it so that it cannot be sold. DLCP noticed that the basic business license and the CO did not match, because it did reference a pizza shop, as the attorney had stated. And then I issued a warning during that visit. They called somebody on the phone. They called them JP. I spoke with him on the phone and then advised him of the warning and why we were there. And then we left. We returned as a follow-up on June 27th and conducted an inspection again with the multiple agency task force. And doing that visit, same thing. We actually had to gain access through an employee who was coming into work, and reluctancy by 2 female employees, but they did finally let us in, and we saw the same thing. Multiple cannabis products, and once again they had edibles that were not embargoed. So the Department of Health re-embargoed some items, taped up things, and the same thing with the business license was the same status. Nothing has been changed with that. Once again, they called an unknown person on the phone. I advised that unknown person on the phone the same information about reference to the progressive actions that are being taken by ABCA. And then we left the establishment. Through record search, and as the attorney has advised, record search and DC property tax shows the LLCs and investment groups. That's why they were addressed in the letters and the reports, because that's what's listed on DC property tax records. I also learned, American Legends, as he says, goes by multiple names. American Papers, American Cookies. They have multiple tiers of their business and different locations in the city according to their websites. But reference to 8th Street Northeast, then I'm assuming the attorney is referencing the landlord warning letter that was sent out by the agency following the cease and desist that was issued by the agency.
All right, thank you, Mr. Any questions, Mr. Levin, to Mr. Peru?
No, sir. And again, I'm not here to make any statements on behalf of what may or may not be going on inside the premises. which are the subject of these proceedings. I'm basically here to let this board know that my client is doing everything in its power to prevent any further alleged illegal activity from going on inside the property he owns. There's not much else he can do. I don't know what else this board or the relevant agency can do to stop the business. I just don't want to see my client fined for alleged activity that he has no involvement in, other than the fact that there was a sublease agreement from his prior tenant to the current to the current subtenant, which represented that the subtenant was in compliance with all DC licensing laws and regulations to conduct their business in that part of the property. And since learning of their alleged illegal activity, my client has taken all the steps it can at this point to ensure that it stops.
So, Mr. Levin, would it be agreeable if the board was to we could hold this the order open, and that you would update the board on progress within every 45 days?
That would be agreeable. Yes, sir. I believe that's fine. It just I'd like to make it known that there are I guess you could call them certain landmines that you can step on in the landlord-tenant court based on who can and can't bring certain actions. My clients it is the hope of my client that this action actually the real hope is that they surrender possession of the property and turn the keys back over to my client, and then there's no further reason for any proceedings. But if we have to go to landlord-tenant court and it's a contested matter, there is a defense to be had that because there's technically no privity of contract between my client and the sublessee, that there may not be a claim to be had, meaning that the proper plaintiff in the matter should be the tenant, excuse me, not the subtenant. But like I said, there is a pending case against the current tenant right now, and should that case result in eviction, that would a sublease can't survive past termination of the master lease. So at that point, the subtenant would become a squatter, for lack of a better word, and have no right to use and occupancy of the property anymore. Yes, I would be willing and able to update this board every 45 days on the progress made against the subtenant American Legends and American Papers.
Hold on. Hold on a minute, please. All right. Let me see. All right. So this is what the board will do there, sir. The board will hold this matter in abeyance for 60 days. For you to update us if and we will. I think what we're thinking about is holding this matter in abeyance, say for 45 to 60 days, for you to update the board on your progress. And once the board has reviewed and if the board believes that in good faith that your client is moving towards this eviction within the law, doing what the landlord can do within the law, then the board will not pursue any further action against the landlord. because as you know, with the statute, um, the board can go after the landlord to ensure that the landlord ensures that its tenant or sublease or whoever it is complying with the law. I don't know landlord-tenant law, but I know that if your tenant or subtenant is selling drugs illegally, that is a defense that I believe that a landlord can use in court if you are aware that drugs are being sold illegally on your property. So I believe, again, I don't know landlord-tenant law, but I believe that's a defense that a landlord could have regarding the usage of its property. So let me see. Yeah. So right. So that's what. So we can the board. So this is the motion I'll make then. And we'll that the board will hold this matter in abeyance for 60 days for you to provide us with an update of the action that that the landlord is taking to correct the situation. And if the board believes that the landlord in good faith is moving to it's doing whatever it can within its power to address this issue, then the board will not enforce the the um the cease and desist. Can Would someone second this?
Mr. Grant, I second that motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We'll write an order that clearly states what it is that I just requested from you. But the gist of it is that we'll hold this matter in abeyance for about 60 days for you to update us on the landlord's progress in doing whatever it's in its power to have this its tenant, and it's them because although it's the sublease, it's still a tenant of your property, to have this tenant comply with the law. And if the board believes that the landlord is moving forth in good faith, then we will not move forward with a cease and desist against the landlord. Any questions, sir?
Yes. To be clear, what is the status of the cease and desist? The being held in abeyance against all parties, or just my client, basically?
Your client, sir. Your client, because
Okay.
as you stated, because they're the tenant. I'm sorry, the license or the illegal operator is not here today because they're not challenging the cease and desist. So the board will move forward against the unlicensed operator. However, as you are aware, the board has authority to go also against the landlord. And so the landlord has requested, and if the landlord has shown us that it is in good faith, it's doing everything, it's using all the legal remedies available to it to correct the situation, then the board would have no enforcement ability against the landlord, because the landlord has stated that all I can do is to start eviction proceedings and try to evict the tenant because it's our understanding that they're not complying with the law. But if the landlord was to fold his arm and said, "I'm not doing anything," then we will continue. But you're here today. You're representing the landlord's efforts in ensuring that its tenant complies with the law. And so, if the tenant cannot provide, I guess what I'm hearing from you, if the tenant is unable to provide a license to say that they can legally operate in DC, then they are committing they are violating the law, and so they're by selling cannabis, and your client will move towards evicting them if that is a remedy that's available to you.
And is Mr. Peru, are you able to provide your contact information so I can maybe confirm with you that there aren't any licenses or applications pending on behalf of the subtenant? Or because I can request they provide me these documents, but they're, from my experience, tenants and subtenants aren't always very responsive as you'd like them to be.
If you have a copy of the warning letter, my contact information is on that last page of it. My email and phone number is on there. Understood.
And will any orders or correspondence from this board be sent to my contact information? Has that already been provided? Do you have it on record, sir?
Yes, you have been speaking to our legal office. You requested the hearing through the legal office, and we have, and so you'll get a written order from the board that more further explains or give you some clarification on our decision today.
Understood.
So the board will provide you a roadmap in what we just ruled on today.
Thank you very much.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Let me. And what I'll ask you to do, you have you have been in contact with our legal office, so just send an email again to our legal office to make sure that we have your correct contact information and on behalf of the landlord, and we will ensure that you receive official communication of our order today.
Yes, sir. Thank you again.
All right. Okay. If there's no other questions or concern, I'm gonna bring this hearing to an end, and then I'm gonna close the record. So, all right. If you have any other questions, sir? All right.
No, sir. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your presentation here today. Have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
All right. We're at the end of the our agenda, our calendar items for the day. So let me close the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on July 31st for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the Board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for July 31st. As published in the DC Register on July 26th. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote to the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank all members of the public who participated in our hearings today and also the board members. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good afternoon. Thank you.